welcome to my atelier. Welcome to Painting Discourse. Thank you for joining me today. Some of you already mentioned in the chat and in the comments that he's thinking, he's preparing what to do. He's not sure, and it's absolutely right. And this is the state of this is the state of the fragment painting or exploration, or painting discourse in general. I actually think about that a lot these days, about that term of painting discourse, and perhaps it's mostly that internal discourse that I have with myself, and Rembrandt and Velasquez and other painters that I really enjoy to look at their paintings, especially. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I came to studio today after yesterday's break, which I apologize, but there is some family stuff that I had to attend, and without going into any details, there are going to be dead days, and you have them yourself as well. I'm pretty sure that you simply cannot continue working, and you don't necessarily need to be angry with yourself that you're wasting time, because that's what I felt, that I'm just going to waste my time to doing some other stuff. And it wasn't true. There was actually a lot of things that I found out, that I realized that was incredibly informative for me. And that's that idea that I mentioned before multiple times, that I am locked in my studio, not because there is a lockdown or anything like that, but somehow I prefer to be, not prefer, the nature of the work that I do somehow forces me to be locked out of the reality that it's behind actually these windows. So it's really, you might think that, oh, I just lost 4 hours of painting, but rather I should think about it more in terms of I gain 4 hours of the other experience, that it's so vital, that it's so important for actually painting itself and working on paintings, because being secluded, being having the discourse only with yourself, you can't really be objective. And I don't want to lose that objectivity. I still want to keep those ideas in my paintings. I don't want to say necessarily fashionable, but rather fresh would be probably a better. And fresh, I mean that they are actually combination of all the ideas that I had before. That means that I don't want to jump to a quick conclusion. I don't want to do reactionary paintings on a specific topic that is happening right now, right here. Whether it's with society or whatever political views, whatever that is, or religion, I don't really want to do paintings like this. I would prefer to work on paintings that have that meaning that you can apply in your own life, or you can confront it rather with your own life, and give and receive some information, some knowledge, perhaps some discomfort even sometimes. So yes, you're absolutely right in the chat, and I'm being very serious and very aware of that I might be lost with the information that I have in my own paintings. And that's the beauty of that painting discourse. You immediately saw it. You immediately felt that with the perhaps rapid movement, the back and forth, and it might sound for a second like like it's like a funny teasing, and I really appreciate it. I'm not complaining about this whatsoever. I'm just pointing out that yes, you're right in that little bit of kind of a relaxed way, reminding me that yes, you are lost time to time, and not me, all of us. It's very refreshing. So please keep that, you know, upbeat attitude to these streams, and also to your paintings as well, and your work, because that's very important. Sometimes I'm forgetting it, and I need to be reminded this, and it's really refreshing. So I don't really take things personal per se, right? There are some things that really hits me hard inside, but trust me, this is awesome, and really push it, and keep going, keep coming up with these ideas, because I really need them. Every one of us need them. So this is not one-way street. This is not about me entertaining you, as you might know from previous previous rants of mine, that they are really long, and they are really going to the different tangents all the time. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, this is not entertainment stream. This is not stream for your entertainment. If you expecting some entertainment value, you might want to stop watch right now and don't even waste your time with this. This is that two-way street where I communicate with you during this, you know, it's kind of an artificial communication, but still it's a better form of communication than no communication, right? So keep this in your mind, and definitely join me on this endeavor, what, you know, we call creative space, creative art, or art in general. Grab your pencils, your brushes, your digital medium, whatever you have, and really push yourself to create something interesting, something nice, something pleasing, or maybe something that will make you feel better, right? It doesn't necessarily need to be revolutionary. Opus magnum would be that. I'm not sure if I pronounce it properly, because that's not always the case, right? And for a long time, I thought that you know, my work, every new idea that I had is going to be this, you know, grand, revolutionary thought. And then I realized that the more I learn, the more I study, the more I experience, these ideas, not that they won't be revolutionary, but they are part of that larger lineage of painters that they were working on that for years in the past, in the really long I don't know, how would I, what I'm trying to say again is that you are part of that a larger group of painters, which is, there's really plenty of painters, the good, bad, mid, it doesn't really matter. It's just, we're still a one community there. They're pushing that ideas and creativity forward. And you know, the same goes for me. So sometimes, and some days like today, it's not about these grand, oh, I have an idea how to fix certain things. It's going to be, perhaps it might be a midday, right? It might be a day when I'm just, instead of creating something fresh and new, I will probably deal with the issues that I already thought about before, and I'm just going to push myself to explore these problems. So yeah, I don't want to talk a lot again, because as the painting discourse continues, there's there is a less and less that I can talk about, and more I can do, or more and more than I need to paint. So this is something that I really would like to apply into these streams as well, to be a little bit more proficient with the work, to be a little bit more up to the point, and then incorporate some of the ideas and some of the thoughts that I had from previous or from experience, that was from recent experience. So without further ado, let's just jump right into this Cyril and Metolius painting. This is a fragment which I have been working on for I don't want to say a long time, but you know, since maybe since March, perhaps, when I was really already kind of sure about how I want to do this. It might be March, maybe February. I don't want to lie to you because I don't remember exactly. It was a half a year for sure. But it's on and off project, because there is another project that I'm working on simultaneously. So I'm trying to mostly show this online through the streams, because this is that larger project. There's a lot of issues that I have here that I can clearly identify, and I can actually, you know, point them out, especially with the negative space, with the composition, movement, because this painting includes a little bit of everything, as I believe that painting should. So it's not just one technique, you know, with that idea of, oh, I have a beautiful line drawing and right now I'm going to color in between these lines. That's not necessarily what I'm trying to do here. And it's all supported also with that bad painting Friday that it's so popular in terms of just really experimenting and pushing these boundaries further and further, and being kind of okay with doing these explorations, and not having that pressure of community or people there watching, or people there viewing your art, like, you know, that pressure of, oh, I should not fail, because if I fail, they're not going to I'm not going to receive that validation, therefore I'm not good enough. So I'm trying to push through this, because it's really, really kind of a it takes a big part of my mental capacity to deal with these things, with my own fears about judgment, because I see this painting, and all of my paintings for that matter, as a representation of who I am and what I achieved so far, in contrast with that, how other people perceives what I do. And it's really, I don't want to say that it's difficult in terms of that, you know, how in terms of how like physically demanding this would be. It's more from that, you know, overall studio or painter's studio life, that it's a little bit lonely in terms of, you know, outputs from outside. So yeah, again, I'm going on tangents that are not necessary, not absolutely necessary. So let me analyze my painting. Let me just again step back, and let me actually walk you through what's in my mind, just to be absolutely clear and open in terms of why is this, I don't want to say difficult for me, but why why am I so what would be the word? why does it take so long for me to decide on doing certain things? And one of these problems might be me overthinking certain problems, because, like I said, I'm the base of these concerns in my head is it's I don't want to say that it's unreal, but it's actually, it lives in my head and I perceive it that way for some weird reason. And, you know, I talked to other people yesterday outside of the studio, and they don't think that way. At least they describe that, or they mention that they don't really perceive me in the terms that I thought, or in that way that I thought that they do. And one refreshing part was recently, a couple months ago, they did an interview with me in our radio, like a national radio, like a really short couple minutes. I think it was a 5 or 6 minute segment, and to my surprise, one person came to me and actually asked me about my atelier and how is it going and how am I doing. And I felt like, how do you know about this? It was really unexpected. It was really, really unexpected. I don't want to say that the person was senior, but it was definitely, interesting to be approach, and it's part of my family, right? So it's not like I would be that surprised that they are interested in my work, but they had no idea from me. They had no idea for people that are close to me. They just heard it in the radio. It was a really short segment in a Sunday, like before lunch segment, right? Like about art and about people they're actually creating art in terms of, you know, the classical old school style, which I definitely belong to compared to, you know, modern art, for sure. And I was really, really happy about that there are still people that they're just out there, that they're listening, and paying attention to what they're listening, and they recognize, oh, that's him. I didn't know that he's actually painting. I didn't know that he has an atelier that I can go and visit, and it was really, really good. That support from outside of the atelier, including what you guys do here with comments and really interesting insights into what I do. And hopefully, and that's the main point, hopefully this is important for this stream probably the most, is that hopefully it's helping to you as well, because that's the only goal. Like I said, this is not for entertainment, because this is quite boring. You know, you're literally looking at paint drying, what could be more boring than looking at painting dry slowly? Perhaps talking about it is the only only thing that is more boring than looking at it. It's talking about it. So yes, like you mentioned in the comments, art is already hard, and in this particular situation, in this moment when you go outside and talk and communicate with people and share your endeavors, they really appreciate it. So that makes me very happy, and not only because you know, like on that inner selfish level, but because there is the same thing happening with every painter, with every artist for that matter, including you, which is awesome. So I don't really want to ever forget this. So let's get into this painting. Let's get into your paintings as well, and let's make this a really good session. Even though I'm lost, let's make it a good session, right? Off the bat, while I was talking about all these thoughts of mine, I realized one thing: that head is too small. For some reason, the head feels too small on the main figure, and I don't know why. I'm trying to figure it out. Why is it? Because I measured it, I moved it, I did everything that I possibly could to ensure. Because it happens to me. This is not the first time that, you know, I would have a problem with the size of the head when it comes to proportions. So I'm going to remeasure it again. Something is off, and I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it might be the width, that he doesn't feel that he has like that. But then again, if I change the width, it almost feels that something is happening here in this area. It feels, and this is something that I can't really quite, again, I'm at the edge of my own understanding, you know, the limitations that you know, the frontier. This is the frontier of my own understanding about what the painting is and how to approach it and how to solve certain problems. And it feels to me that I painted a portrait and I was relating the portrait to shoulders, and then I painted hands, and I related my hands to shoulders, and there is a gap, there is nothing, and I started with feet, and then I thought, okay, I take a measurement of the foot with the measurement of the head, and then I'll just slowly build up, and then hopefully I meet in the right spot, which is not a wrong assumption. They build bridges that way, so something has to, you know, some truth has to be there, but I feel like it was not enough. So, and it bothers me. I'm looking at it, and it really bothers me when I go, and I'm really not sure what is the cause of this. Is it because I'm not far enough and I still can't see it properly? Or is it just me being or is it me being a Don Quixote and thinking that, you know, and inventing problems where they aren't? Is this my windmill? I don't know, perhaps. So that was the bothering part. That was that, you know, pacing back and forth, not knowing, analyzing and searching. And you might have the same questions. And if you do have the same questions, then that's okay. That's part of the painting. I think the problem would be if you do not have these questions. That would be the problem. That would be the issue. Because then, you know, there's nothing to be solved. Then you are, you know, a perfect individual. And if you are, that's awesome. I know I'm not. Oh, thank you for the support. But, you know, this is not about, and you should never forget this. This is not about painting skill. Because, and this is something that kids actually taught me, believe it or not. A small 3-4 years old kid cannot draw a perfect hand. Rembrandt couldn't probably draw a perfect hand. It just appealed to us so much that it's very close to be a perfect. And he was not even looking for a perfect hand. But anyway, again, these rants of mine, I have to stop with that. So there were kids in my studio, and they immediately point out the problems with proportions. Even though they cannot paint, even though their skill is not there, they can tell you that, oh, this arm is too long. Oh, this man looks like this figure looks like a female. Why is it female there if it's a Cyril and Methodius? They don't. It's not about they don't have a filter. They see something and they pointed it out as it is, without that. I mentioned Machiavelli because that's the famous. I believe he was a senator or politician in ancient times, and he wrote about this, how to approach communication, and how to become better, and how to actually manipulate with the opinions and with the information. So kids, they don't have this because they haven't been exposed to that outside world of adults, and that's why I think that they're always, for me, they've always been the best people to critique my work. They don't care. They don't have, their favorites. They don't have anything. Just their own judgment, and they see it and they pointed it out as it is. And if you don't have a kid, I understand that you don't have this experience. I don't have kids of my own, but my nieces, oh God, they'll let you know. They'll let you know how bad you are with drawing and painting. It's almost, and they are not afraid. They are not afraid to come with their drawings and tell you that their drawings are better because they look better. They have a nicer colors. It's awesome. It's refreshing. It's much needed feedback. Yeah, I'm saying that you should become a kid again. Yeah. When it comes to your own when it comes to my painting, I definitely try to look at it through that lens of being a child, being absolutely, I wouldn't say brutally honest, but just because I don't think that there is a difference between brutally honest and honest. It's just being honest. I don't see the spectrum in honesty. Either it is honest or it isn't. And the brutal is maybe the acceptance of it, or not believing into that criticism or honesty. And that's how I feel. I'm looking at this figure and it just seems stale. And when I'm standing here, right here, the head looks okay to me. I don't know why, but the moment that I step back, all the way in the back of my studio, suddenly it feels that he is too tall. Compared to his, head. And the same happens to me when I'm looking at the mirror, the mirror reflection. And that right now I am looking at this more and more, and I'm analyzing it. I'm measuring it. I am doing everything that is there in my power to internally, in my internal painting this course. And everything that I'm doing right now, it's, well, how would I put this? What's going through my mind right now when I'm looking at this painting, do I, and this is, you know, like I said, my own internal discourse, painting discourse, or compositional discourse. Am I trying to measure these things and by measuring it, am I trying to prove that my initial feel when I look at the painting, when I came here, was wrong? Or am I trying to find the cause, the root of the problem? And I think the first one is what's going through my mind right now. I'm trying to mathematically, I'm trying to, you know, do all the logic that adults, we as adults, we do to convince myself that there is no problem with it and I'm just overthinking it. Even though that I came to the studio and I immediately point this out for myself. And that's the delusion that we live in as let me rephrase that. Let me take that back, because that sounds way too general and way too virtue signaling, I guess. I think it's part of that, you know, being locked in the studio, and not necessarily locked. No one is locking me. I decided to lock myself in the studio, seclude myself from that, you know, outside world, so I can 100% put my focus into painting. Yeah. Another thing that I don't like is this, like, a really rendered area right here, that it's so boring to look at. It's so mid that I have a hard time to look at it. It's too polished. It's unreal. It's staged. So I have to address that. And the question that comes to mind immediately is this hand staged or feels staged because I painted it as a formula, and I know that there is a shift in the value here that should be shifted, there be motion here? Or is it because I really over blended compared to surrounding areas which are way raw? And this is the analysis that you should do as brutally as I do to myself. I don't need, luckily, I don't need anybody to, you know, to come to my studio to point out these things for myself. And I think that if there is something that changed the way how I paint and changed the way how I look at painting, it was this realization that, okay, I have to push this a little harder. Okay, let's stop being, you know, in that philosophical realm, because you know me already, and I mentioned this multiple times, and I will repeat it probably till the end of the world, or my end, that all these things are strictly theoretical that we talk about. This painting discourse is strictly theoretical. We need to put it into practice in order to see, or be able to see rather, whether or not it works, or it's just, you know, or these are just words, philosophies that they are not really translated to two-dimensional visual visual art. So let's hit it. Let's hit it hard. Let's lock in. Let's just do some adjustments. I'm enjoying the knee. I mean, remember, I was just so mad about the knee that I was not happy. And right now, the colors, it's just, it's almost that magic of you know, like sometimes when you cook, there are some food, it's really, really good when it's fresh. But some types of food, it needs to marinate, it needs to rest, it needs to just kind of introduce all these intricate flavors to each other throughout the you know, the time, right? So 24 hours or I don't know, 48 hours. You know, some, you know, dried aged steaks. You know, there's hundreds of hours in between, and the same happened right now with the knee. It's just I pushed the saturation, and somehow it beautifully transitioned. And I'm not saying that I'm such a good painter. These are those happy accidents. It beautifully transitioned from something that is, this is the same value than this is right here. But because of higher saturation, it's going forward, and this is receding in the back. That's the beauty of not painting or not coloring between the lines, but thinking about what the light is and how to paint light, what Rembrandt did, what Velasquez did. Vermeer is probably the best example of this. He's really painter of light. So let's just, you know, after that, you know, a really harsh critique, but much needed, right? Let's just put something into, and what I'm trying to say is that I spent, couple minutes on this knee compared to this hand, which I devoted multiple sessions and hours into that. And it doesn't look as fresh and as cool and as light and realistic than the knee. Yeah. So maybe that's the problem. Maybe that's what it feels, that it's not correct to me, that it's dull, uninviting, uninteresting to look at. These are just the people that are walking somewhere. You also like that knee. Okay, that's yeah, it's pretty funky that, you know, just a couple brush strokes with little higher saturation will change overall feel to it. But I have to tell you that the knee, it's because the exploration that, you know, that is happening all over the canvas, and all that, you know, funky, crazy stuff that we were talking about in Bed Painting Fridays. So let's hit that kind of idea into elbow, and then into forearm, and then into actual fingers. Let's just do that. Let's do that today. Yeah, that would be probably great, because I'm already going back and forth for an hour, and there is no work done, and that's not what I want. So I have a one glove on today. I'm gonna start a little bit humble today, a little bit, you know. Let's give ourselves a space to improve. Let's approach it as a marathon runners, that they, you know, start slightly slower, and then they just, you know, improve and, you know, run faster and faster as they're closer to finish. Kind of, let's gradually increase the coolness. And then I'm going to add another glove. Yeah, you were eating lunch and chilling. Yeah, I was just, and this is, again, this is part of the painting. If someone really feels that, oh, I spent 1 hour talking about bad things about painting instead of painting, that's my process. I'm not saying that that you have to do it. It is my process to analyze my work and be honest with myself. Once a day for an hour, it's not that bad. And I haven't had a chance to do this for a while, and then I decided that I have to wake up 1 hour earlier, so I have this hour. So, so don't take it away from me. I woke up 1 hour earlier for having this discussion with myself. So there, I did it. So what? So let's do this. Let's see what's up. You were thinking about taking a nap? Yeah. And it's weather today. It's really, again, we're back to that. And maybe that's another thing that, last couple days I've been painting during that beautiful, sunny, exciting, refreshing, battery recharging, bright light. And today it's gloomy, it's a little darker, a little colder, has more moisture in the air. So the painting suffers as much as my painting is suffering as much as I am. What about what is this? Why do I have a white pigment on my hands? What is happening? Okay, oh, my napkin is, okay, I got it. Okay, you have to go because I'm going to, it's going to be everywhere. I hope that it's not on me. Okay, so maybe, I don't know. What about this guy right here that, redundancies? Or how I like to call him, reliability. So what about the reliability guy? Okay, let's have fun. Let's push it. Let's make reliability guy a little bit more reliable and more interesting to look at. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. So, yeah, okay. Change of plans. Change of plans. And maybe let's do this. This one, do you have something? Okay, let's. Let's introduce a different set of brushes. So I'm forcing myself to do something, to do adjustments a little bit on a broader scale. We need to order, yeah, we need to order sunlight, yeah. It would be great for a while, and then people would just be ordering weather left and right like crazy. So let's maybe introduce some crazy ideas. Okay, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm not going to change composition necessarily. I'm just going to try to, excuse me, I'm going to try to improve it. So I'm thinking, again, I had to stop myself for a second because I don't want to do these rush decisions. Not necessarily that they would be bad, but would that be helpful visually for the composition? No, I don't think so. This direction is not right. Can I push this a little bit? Okay, let me see. I push this a little bit this direction. And then perhaps this guy could have a little shadow right here, and I could maybe introduce like they used to have these little I'll move it a little bit more this direction. And I could perhaps give him something that he's carrying. And instead of doing this, I could give him something into his hand right here, so it's not just a... And since everything is vertical and I have squares, maybe something, and this is pure, I mean, I'm just really, I'm not prepared for this. This is not, you know, like a, this is me right now, just experimenting like I would do with, let me, maybe if I'm gonna check something. Perhaps I might have something that would help me here. Some references. I'm looking for some references for clothes and draperies. Oh, this is cool. This is awesome. I could maybe do this. I could definitely do that. So instead of just, you know, giving him a could this be? A little bit more beneficial to there. Perhaps. Okay. So what I'm thinking right now is that maybe he could have something in his hand. Because I wanted to, my thought is that this is one continual line that is very uninteresting, right? Which kind of, what it does, it's complement the canvas, the side of the canvas. And since it's complementing the side of the canvas, it's just, it creates that, you remember I talked about the Rembrandt, how the edges and everything, it's different throughout the painting. So it's kind of, it's making it boring, it's making it uninteresting, and therefore also from there, there is a, there is that visual, for me, that the visual necessity to assign him some meaning. And by meaning, I mean some function. So this is a stream, and there's a lot of gamers that they stream, so he looked like NPC, non-playable character that just it's badly programmed, and I don't want them to be NPCs. I want them to be a not necessarily playable characters, but relatable characters. If that makes sense. It might not, but I tried. So I'm going to give him a backpack. And something that is holding in his hand, so it's part of that group of people, and he's participating in that endeavor, not only just being there, but pulling his weight. And he's going to change as a character. He's going to evolve, which is awesome, because that's that technical narrative, or not even technical narrative, that's the narrative that is underneath the painting. It's something that pushes me forward, because I see these characters move. So this is journey for this character as well, and I like that. I really like that. It makes me a little bit more excited about what I'm doing. I guess that would be probably the best way to describe this. And then maybe position for his hand can change as well. A little bit more active, holding that, whatever that shape is going to be. It could be bottle, it could be other book, perhaps. It might be, I don't know, whatever he's holding. But for now, since I'm, thinking strictly abstractly, it's just going to be an abstract shape, and I'm not going to develop it further unless I'm happy with that abstract shape. So, I'm trying to create that. Maybe I could relate it to this somehow. So I create a diagonal that's going this direction right here, visual, And then perhaps I could do this. Let's establish where that pole ends. So I have a beginning and the end. Okay. Because it kind of disappeared into a background, and that was another part that was creating that feeling of not sticking out, not being a front of that figure, because it in the background, behind his head, it dissolved, and the front of his head, front of his body dissolves into background. So instead of creating atmospheric perspective, so it's going away from that field of, not field of view, away from us, therefore it has a less detail in the back, and going forward to us, it should be resolved more closer to the bottom. But then again, it's not supposed to be focal point, so I cannot push it as hard as the focal point where the face is. So there's kind of it has to be there, but it also has to be out of a focus. But I have to show that that's a foreground, middle ground, and background, where the bottom of the pole is a foreground, the body is a middle ground, and the top of that pole, it's a background. Remember, of course you remember, you know this painting by Rembrandt, Night Watch, I guess we call it. Where would it be? Where's the Night Watch? No, this is not the Night Watch. It's later. Where's the Night Watch? There it is. So I'm looking at that Night Watch, and you can see that a pole, or copy, or whatever you want to call it, a staff that one of the front figures are actually holding. And Rembrandt, I don't know, I didn't even realize that the Rembrandt also put the two figures in the front the same way that I did. It's like some kind of a subconscious connection there, in terms of that I was probably looking at this and it stuck in my head, and I felt that this needs to, so it is possible to put two figures. And then I think that this relates to, or is very close to, the design that Raphael did. And when I'm looking at these two figures, these two monks, that it's also reminded me Raphael's a fresco, the School of Athens, that it's in Rome, in Vatican rather. So maybe I could check out that painting, that fresco, even closer to find out the similarities and how he dealt with the problems. Raphael, I mean. Okay, so oh, you saw it in the real life, the Rembrandt's Night Watch? That must have been awesome. I have to go to see it. I haven't seen it. I haven't been to. There, but how do we pronounce it properly? Rijksmuseum, Rijks. I'm not sure, but so there's going to be element right here, and maybe I could put the dark values right here instead of light values. How about that? About connecting this way. That might have been a little too much, a little too soon to do that. Yeah. Perhaps, maybe not, I don't know. Add some a little bit more of the atmospheric perspective there, and let's push maybe a little bit of shadow there. Let's put shadow here, just a little bit of here. So we'll have a a little shadow there, and maybe reflected light right here. So I know that that's the end there, but that's way too strong. To soften it a little bit. So I showed a little bit of shape, so I decided it's going to become some kind of, it could be a bottle or something. It's okay, it doesn't really matter. It's something that he's holding in his hand. And I could then push maybe the hand a little bit more towards us this way. Like so. So one, you know, we have these, you know, bottles right now that I don't have my vermilion here. What's happening? We have these water bottles that have these little, like the, so it's like, you know, so it's like a front of him. So I create that we are going into background, but then again we jump out a little bit. So I show the difference between so I create the same idea, foreground, middle ground, background for the figure that I have there. So it's a little bit more interesting in terms of looking at that depth. So I'm trying to create more depth of that. Just double check that with a mirror reflection. Yeah, I think this is going to help that mirror. That maybe I'm pushing it a little too much towards that. Let's just add a little bit more on the side right here, so it's going behind his hand. Perhaps that might be helpful. So it's slightly bigger. This, and right now you can see I don't paint anything specific. I just, and this way I'm trying to imagine how would he hold it. Shape a little bit. Okay, so maybe I should push it this way a little bit more, so it's under the angle. So it's going this direction, like so, and this is going, top is going to be right here. And then it's going to be like a, I don't know. For now, it's a shape. This might be maybe too much. that's better. So I have something in his hand, and then this, perhaps this strap right here on the top could be a little bigger. And going this direction, so there's going to be a lighter area right there. On the top. There is a little bit of shoulder there. So you have this, and then I could push the darker values right here. So his hoodie is going this direction rather. Like so. Let me get rid of this dark value that I put right here, because I don't like that. A little here. So I changed it. Okay, this is better. This is way better. So suddenly he has a purpose. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. And let's open this. Let's go behind right here, and let's give him. Yep. I lost it. Okay, I like this better. Since we are exploring these things, so let's push this. I wanted to see what's happening if I push this a little darker. So I separate these figures a little bit. So let's push the diagonal. With the shape design. Cool, better. Now let's make sure that this is a nice. Well, a perfect edge, but the edge that, you know, it's readable, and then I can hit this a little bit lighter. Okay, let's try to do that. The part with the his head, right? So I moved from light to dark and dark to light. So it's kind of have that. Let's maybe break this. It's going to be here. Or should I push it there? Okay. I'm making these really big adjustments, but they were necessary. Actually, let me rephrase that. I'm not sure if they were necessary, but I felt like they need to be addressed. So he's going to hold this in his hand, and that kind of nicely finished that. Yeah. Yeah. And then maybe I should push this a little darker right here. As a shape, so I push that direction there. It still shows his feet. It still shows everything that we need visually, visual clues. Let me go a little bluer here. Yeah, a little better. This is about that composition. I still keep the composition the same way, the same flow. I'm trying to introduce a new areas of interest, so you don't just fall into that straight edges, straight lines, because they're too generic. They're too staged. And even though this is staged and it should be allegory, it should be something that probably it's not from the real life, I would still like to keep some of those ideas there. I'm going to get a little bit more tea, so I'll be right back. Just give me a second. Okay, I am back with this with a fresh cup of tea. That's what I wanted to say. This is really cold here. Okay. And I'm doing these, I don't want to call them bold adjustments, but these are important adjustments that I think that they're going to improve the overall feel of the painting. Because again, it was kind of stale. I was moving around, and this is where I feel most comfortable, truth to be told, with larger brush. Having fun, working on these larger shapes, not being afraid with the details, moving it, left and right, being a little bit more adventurous. Let me load this brush with pigment. Nice. And let's move this a little bit more towards here. That cross, which will give me a little bit chance of showing that side of his face. I'm changing that position for the cross a little bit. Because I think it's necessary. Can this go lower? I forgot if this base can go lower a little bit. Okay. So you can see that that cross is moving a little bit further, and I'm going to incorporate it a little bit more into the background. So it's going to just be a little bit less visible or notable, but still it's going to be, it's not probably the best way to describe what I'm trying to do. It's more like let us see. What happened if I just change the position for that cross? It's not going to be as dynamic, right? It's going to feel a little too vertical. So it needs to go here, it needs to go this way, like so, and a little bit more here. Okay. Through the hands this one. Right now it works way better in terms of that shape. A little bit more interesting, a little bit more active. In terms of, I'm not talking about the cross necessarily right now, or the pole that he's holding, because I think that I have to change it a little bit. And I think that I have, rather than changing the position of the pole, maybe I could change the position for the hand. That might solve it. That might be a little bit more what I'm looking for. A little bit of both. I'll move the pole a little bit. That might be a little too much. So let me just do this. That might have been a little too much, just a little bit. I still want to keep it this way, this way, this way. Okay. So it's going to go this way. It's going to be right here. It's going to be a perfect place for it. So I'm moving it back and forward. Because there's no other way around. Oops. Dark value. A little too dark. And I'm going through that cross because I'm not necessarily, again, I don't want to paint, I don't want to, I don't want this to be a, like I said, outline that is I don't want this to be an outline that is that it's being pushed or that is being colored like a coloring book. I really want it to be a painting. So it's almost disappeared. It needs to have that holding. And perhaps I should make it thicker even. Well, that might be another thing. So, okay, let's try that as well. Because also that visually, when I'm looking at that stuff, it's just, it looks too weak to support the weight of the whole crowd. And maybe I'm overthinking this, perhaps from point of view of composition, but like I said, there is a few visual things or few things that I can do to make it visually a little better in terms of, you know, the storytelling right now. That's what I'm referring to. And one of these stories could be that, you know, is going to be a little stronger. So let's do it. Let's do that. So it's going to be a little thicker, therefore it's going to be heavier. It's going to have that heavier presence there. Okay, and his. That's actually important thing in terms of painting, and you're absolutely right. You need to make sure that you are working, as I mentioned before, you're talking right now about that struggle with materials. So if you're working all around like I am, some areas are dry, some areas are still with the wet paint. That's that understanding of how to schedule yourself, or how to approach your problem solving, not only from point of view that, oh, this is a problem, I have to address this problem. It also taps into that a technical understanding of what painting is, right? You can't just come and start oiling in everything. I usually oil in just the part that I want to work on, and that might be not necessarily. I don't want to say that that might be difficult. Sometimes these assumption about what I'm going to work on might be difficult. So if you have this kind of a feeling of I'm not sure, you're absolutely right. You switch to doodling and working on some other project, or perhaps using a different different medium altogether, right? As you mentioned, that from painting to digital. And yes, if you are doodling and sketching right now, do your self-portrait digitally from the memory. Just for fun, just a pure fun. Because I was working, I wanted to work on hands. I switched to this area right here. I adjusted and made this pole thicker. I moved the cross on that side. I made this darker. I push darker lines right here. It has nothing to do with what I was talking about that I want to work on. And right now I'm working on the hair. So and the reason why I'm working on the hair, because perhaps that's the problem that I did not address, that the hair looked too small, and it's not problem with the size of the face, specifically about this part, because I'm looking at this and this is a proper size, but then maybe adding a little bit more interest right here into his beard to make it a little bit more scuffed perhaps, and then playing with the hair, making it a little looser. Perhaps there is a wind that is blowing into there. I don't know. That's just a little bit more of that interest. And I'm making him blonde right now, I know, but that's okay. That's totally okay. I'm cool with it. Because I can go always with a different pigment there and create that kind of a play with the light by layering these pigments. You like the changes? Okay, that's fine. Well, and here's the thing. And if you don't like them, or if I don't like them, I can always go back and repaint what I painted. It shouldn't be a problem. And you can see how this might look that, oh, you're damaging your painting. You painted the hair, you did this, and then right now you're just ruining it. Well, I am ruining it, but it's a different idea behind ruining it, in terms of I'm trying to explore, I'm trying to find better representation of this. Not because I have nothing else to do, but because I truly felt that it's not working the way that I want to. I'm going to play with the hair a little bit. Perhaps that might give me some new perspective, because hair was long overdue with him. Yeah, I have a little motion there, because everything was, and it's another part, everything was really robotic style. I have a front, the really perfect frontal view of his head. That same goes for body, that same goes for pelvis, that same goes for a knee, that same goes for a foot. So I'm kind of forced everything to be, not only that compositionally I created a strong vertical, I put everything pointing towards me on that vertical. That was compositionally, probably that was the worst possible decision. And next painting that I'm going to work on, the next iteration of this, I might actually slightly shift him to a little bit more active pose, even more active. So perhaps he's pushing one shoulder forward and he's doing something like this, the motion forward, right? And it might even hold it in the other way around. So that is another idea that I had. That what if I push the cross right here and switch the hand? So instead of right side being longer than the left side, I'll do left side longer than and right side shorter. Right, so there's a different possibilities. But then I look at it and I felt if I switch the cross on this side, then I put it into a middle, and it's go through my knee, and I'm going to just I'm going to cover what actually works in terms of the motion forward. So I kind of stopped myself from doing it, but I was very close to do that actually. And these are these decisions that when you start making, you'll be like, okay, some of them work, and sometimes I'm just being crazy. I need to chill out for a second because it's just too much. So I made some decisions. I moved forward a bit with the painting. Right now, the important part is not go crazy everywhere and start changing and moving everything, because it happens to me multiple times and it was not really. It didn't give me the best possible outcome. So I'm going to bring a little bit more of that beard right here in his head, which kind of widens his face a little bit more. which I think is important. So I have this, I have that. I push this side a little bit more. Okay. So right now I'm kind of connecting them together a little bit more. Oh, this works way better. It's a little cheesier. You know, it's like these cheesy paintings of Jesus. But right now, at least, I know that I'm on the right track and I can start adjusting them. Some of them. And then this should probably go a little bit higher up and then down. So let me just paint that a little bit better. A little more this way. Maybe a little higher up. Maybe that's the problem. Let me see. Yep, and then it means that I can push from the bottom a little bit. Cut it right here. Cut it right here. Yep, this is better direction for that hand and the overall feel, and this needs to go darker. This is actually the part of painting where I feel most comfortable. I wish I could be able to paint only like this, just with these really long it's really long competent brushstrokes. And then perhaps he could have a, let me see if I have a, if I have a reference for those. How do you call them? Rosemaries? Beets? looking for that rosemary. No, rosemary. That's how it's called. That the what they use, what Catholics use for praying when they go around that necklace with the cross. I think it's called rosemary. I hope I'm right, and that I'm not talking about something else, something different. So let me see. Let me see here. That could be beneficial there. Perhaps he could have a cross around his neck as well. So this is the center. Let's see if a cross would be okay here. I think it could be. So I'll just, instead of painting a cross, I'll just paint the shadow. And then the connection. Just a suggestion. Okay, all right, that's cool. It could be there. I could do same thing right here and just show it here, that it's underneath his garment right there, just showing through a little bit another element. Because again, I don't want everything to be literal there. I I wanna give you a space to imagine certain things. So instead of just painting the whole cross, I just painted the shadow on the bottom. You know, again, when you think about three-dimensionally, so I have a front plane, side plane, top plane, or bottom plane, depends on the orientation of the cube. I see the bottom planes of that cross instead of the top ones, because I want to show that I want to show that he's a little further and higher than my eye level is, so they're, you know, kind of descending towards me slowly. So I'm showing a bottom and the side of the cross. So it is there, but it isn't there. And I kept that same pigment there as the clothes would be. So it's kind of monochromatic idea. So that would be that. I move across right here, and then perhaps he could have there will be this right here. So I'll make a little adjustment. Just a little adjustment to show that there is a sleeve right there. And then I don't want it to be I want to wipe that completely. And then perhaps show a shadow from this icon, again to push some diagonal there, maybe just a little bit. And I will go here and then shadow right here. So we'll create that kind of a feeling of three-dimensionality. There is a, you know, the light exists there. Softening all these because they're very far away. They're really far away from us, and I want to make sure that they don't create a sharp edge. It's just a representation of what's happening there. So I'm slowly creating these, you know, more and more adjustments, but you can tell that I'm still within my composition. I didn't create any drastic, you know, unreal adjustments that would destroy the composition. Quite the opposite. I'm very conservative right now with what I'm doing, and I'm trying to connect things together. And I realized that this might go a little bit more here with that lighter value. Because it kind of connects here, and I want to push the diagonal, so I'm going to go here with the direction of the brush. So I'm pushing that diagonal there. Yeah, that's better. And not only I'm pushing it this way, I am kind of slowly kind of curving it, so it's going this way and then back right here. So I have to create something that it's going to kind of show and turn around, and that might be something that bothers me. And other thing is that I have this hole right here that kind of shows a middle ground, or I'm sorry, background, but there are figures here, so there shouldn't be a light right there. It should be darker value. But then if I put the darker value, my thought was, how am I going to, you know, separate these two figures? So let's make something like this. It's just going to be desaturating. And instead of making this really visible, yeah, this is not a problem. It's okay right now. Yeah, cool. I could rather push this. I can hit a little light here, and I can do the light part right here, so it's kind of showing through him. So these are all the ideas that I was talking about before, or previously, rather. You know, the edges, the decision making. Probably it's the best way to think about this. Some areas can just slowly disappear into a background, and somewhere I can just show that there is a shadow there. Which will help to create that separation. Yep. And perhaps I could hit his his feet a little more saturated there. I think that will help a kind of a visual storytelling. And I'm not painting right now feet, I'm painting a light. I don't know how to describe this. It's more about abstract ideas. Because I want to create a nice kind of for you, these little points of interest that you can get into if you so choose. And if you don't want to, you can just disregard them, that they don't exist. Because they're not going to go into they're not going to be in the way of you to exploring painting the way that you want to. But I want you to pay attention to certain parts If you, like I said, if you choose to go a little bit deeper into meaning for this painting, and the feet are really important for me here. Because it's a journey, right? So, and maybe I push him a little darker, not darker, a little bit more a little more saturated. The portrait, I probably should push it in. It should be a little bit more saturated. Which would then help me to saturate this even more and push it even more saturated. It almost feels like this portrait is going to be painted with pure pigment, with no mixtures. That's how far the saturation can go. I don't know if I am capable right now to do it that way, but in the idea of what the focal point is, that will be the pure color, pure pigment, pure light. And then I was thinking that since his garment looks blue, if I push a background, I mean sky, very saturated blue, it could automatically make them well, what would happen actually? I mean, well, this is, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm just going to try to hit it that way. Because I think that it immediately might actually bring a lot of clarity to this painting. Let's see. This would be one of those, don't try this at home. I should say I'm a professional, I know what I'm doing, but oh wow, okay. Well, maybe I don't know what I'm doing. Okay, all right. Not the worst thing that could happen to me today. But let's see. is what happens when you give me a large brush for a second. Oh wow, okay. Well, that's what's up. It's not as bad as I thought it's going to be. It's not ideal, but it's just, let's believe that I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't know if I would recommend anybody for any. I don't know if I would recommend to do this, but I needed to see how the painting is going to work with a little bit more of that background that is a little bit more alive. And maybe I could push that diagonal that I was talking about with this, with the darker value. Okay. I think it should go all the way down to this shape. Okay, yeah, that's what it needs to be. Okay, crazy idea. Let's push it further. Okay, like for like a first pass, it's fine, and I will wait right now a little bit so it dries, and then I will just go there with another a warmer color there. And right now, since I have blueness into the sky right now, they're really saturated. I can immediately tell that the grass it's not lit by that sky dome right there. So Rembrandt is probably crying right now. Why are you using a blue for sky? Yeah, but that's just I know. It sounds weird and sounds strange, but I'll make it work, I promise. And I can always go back to what was there before and repaint it if I want to. The only thing that I'm thinking about right now is that whether or not I like that maybe I should push it a little over right here. Because I wanna create a feeling that it's curving towards us. So I'm pushing that sky together with the composition into that direction. And I'm not sure if it's working or not yet, but I'll definitely push it even further. Because right now it looks like a baby blue. I totally understand that. That's okay. That's fine. I'm aware of that. But that what helps me to separate right now certain elements there. And I really needed to do this to see certain things from a different perspective. I can push it maybe a little harder with some adjustments. Oops. Oops. To clean that palette a little bit, because I want to clean fresh pigments. I also need to clean this. Let me squeeze. Titanium white, right there, nice. So I push that background a little bit more saturated, and I understand that you might be thinking that it's not working right now, but you might be right, but I'm going to prove you wrong. That's not what this is about. I want to experiment with that background. I felt that it needed to be a little bit more it has to be a little bit more active, and I couldn't. I couldn't just let it be kind of like, oh, that's a background, so there, I painted it somehow, somewhere, some time ago. And I was neglecting it for a while. And I think that was another problem, that I did not develop this part of the painting, which is very important. Excuse me. So I introduced another element to this painting, and that's the saturation of a background. And right now I need to think about what I'm going to do with the foreground, because I really kept it neglected for a while. And it was kind of in the desaturated background stage. And I want to push that saturation. I want to see how far I have to go with other pigments, because it felt really desaturated to me when I get to this room right now. So I can push the book right now even more. I can go really, really, really saturated with this, right? And then that will give me the contrast against the hand that looks super, super, super red right now. But it's only because I did not push all the other saturation there. I can push a little bit more vibrant colors into his face. And that's what I said, that I needed to push that blue background there. Not because I want to keep it that blue, I'm just going to use it as my point of reference for the saturation. And then I can slowly, you know, it slowly, then it will slowly fade into a background. It seems very, very harsh right now, and I understand that, and you might be right. But like with the knee, I hope that, you know, the paint is going to sit in and move around. Because some areas, you might see me right now, some areas are painted, really painted, like there is thick paint there. Some I kind of, not scrape, but kind of ironed in. So there are going to be areas that they have a lot of paint against the areas that they don't have that much paint. And the background is going to start showing through as soon as this, the layers are going to dry out and connect with one another. And I know it sounds weird, and unless you tried this before, I wouldn't recommend you to do it with your actual commissions or projects. But you can see immediately the contrast that I pushed there. But I want to use the contrast to my advantage, not my disadvantage, right? So I'm thinking maybe even push more lighter value this direct right here, a little bit of here, so I create a diagonal here and here as well. So I create a diagonal with the sky, with light value behind them, which is completely just a graphic shape that has nothing to do with that kind of idea of that, you know, coloring in between the lines that we created, and focus a little bit more on that. Focus a little bit more on that abstraction that Rembrandt created in his paintings, in his backgrounds. I talked about this, I think, last week or Saturday even, I believe, in one of the streams when we were, you know, talking about the composition a little bit at the end of the painting session, because my camera died, couldn't look at me anymore. So I wanted to apply the same logic. I chose to do it instead of with harsh value. I chose to do it with the pigment because I want to put myself into this, not the uncomfortable situation, but a little bit more adventurous, but with a little bit more of that exploration that I always talk about. And I talk about exploration, I talk about the journey, I talk about pushing myself forward. And then I kept everything so close to each other, so undeformed, undecisive, to the point that, like I said, you couldn't say anything good about it, but you couldn't say anything bad about it either. And I would rather have a feeling of, okay, that was a mistake, but yeah, but I forced myself to do it. So I can push forward, I can advance, I can start thinking about what else I can introduce to this painting to make it even more interesting. And it might not be working right now, but trust me, I'll just continue adjusting this. Because this is just the first layer, and then there's going to be another layer and another layer on top of the background. And I really want to play with the background a little bit more, because that might be something that is missing into this composition. And also, you can't really see it, but there's a lot of saturation and like a really thick paint around here that kind of represents that randomness of a grass that they're stepping on. And I was missing the similar thing in the background right there. And I'm looking at the camera right now, that the footage that you guys see, and it looks really blue. It looks baby blue, funky, like you know, like kids when they see that, oh, we're painting blue, we are painting sky. Okay, let me take a blue crayon. But it's okay, that's fine. I can push the saturation right now a little bit more, the chroma. give me a second, I'll be right back. let's dive right into it. So I changed that background there, and the whole mood of the painting shifted immediately, which is okay. I am totally fine with it. Nice. Okay, I can correct right now this. I can move a little bit more here. I can work on this a little bit more. Oh, this is going to be cool. You know, the moment I start to scrape it in a little bit, to moving it around, it's just going to create these nice unexpected happy accidents, hopefully. And if not, no, I can always paint another background, another background, and another background, and explore more and more possibilities within this fragment painting, which is just a test painting. I'm not really afraid and worried, like I mentioned, about that. So I can go back to this for a while, for a second. So I can really tell that this is not saturated enough right now. I really needed that saturation up there. I can tell. Awesome. Even though I'm thinking that how could I push this further right now in this stage. Okay, so I could bring his hair a little bit more towards I'm going to work on the face again a little bit more because it kind of dissolved into the background and it needs a little adjustment. So let me just push this paint a little bit more into background. And then So let's squeeze a little bit more of that vermilion, beautiful vermilion pigment. Let's go a little bit more with that saturation. Let's push it. Let's push it here even. Or maybe let's start with this one. To see how far can we go. To give him a little bit more depth. A little bit more depth. Because it looked shallow to me. And by shallow, I mean, it wasn't, I couldn't feel that richness of that. Richness. What I'm trying to say is that by pumping up the saturation a little bit more, it created more depth to it. So that can just flow away. I can push this inside right here and then push the beard from here a little bit more and maybe show that part of the cheek. So he doesn't look like a Wolverine right now. It feels to me that he looks like a Wolverine. So I'm going to push this. So I want to show a little bit of the jaw. I'm just going to push this a little lighter. Right, a little lighter from here as well. Right, so there's like a. So instead of making his head bigger, I'm just making it wide, a little bit more pronounced, a little bit wider. And right now I feel that it sits way better. Because again, I compare it with the knee. And since the knee has, this is the width of the knee, it was almost the width of the face. But I know the face is wider than my neck, which I based the knee off of, right? So that was the immediate problem with that. With that face. And since, like I said, I know I'm going to repeat myself over and over again, I understand that the background right now is crazy, I got it, but it was absolutely necessary to do that. So right now I can start pushing this more saturation there. And again, we are in the stage, I'm connecting things and disconnecting, connecting and disconnecting. And I shouldn't be afraid to do these things. And like I said, the background, it's going to move forward, it's going to change, but it unlocked the another important part, and that is because it looked, like I said, it looked mid, it looked stale, it was way too safe, right? So it was no risk taken in this stage of a painting, and I think that it was holding it back. And again, I'm going to work on that a little bit. And imagine right now that I have some underlayer there. Something is going to dissolve or sit. You know, when it dries slowly, it's going to sit on top of the existing layer, and some parts I scraped and pushed around, so the the underneath layer showing through, and when it dries out, I can start a little bit sanding the areas and create a kind of a nice flowy atmospheric background. It might throw off the relationships a little bit right now, but that's okay. I'm totally okay with it. But you know, right now I can really start judging it. Maybe I can push the grass a little bit more so it has more kind of a feeling of light, that it's outside, that it's alive, so it's not staged, it's not posed. So yeah. And I can immediately start playing with the saturation around his forehead, and you know, I really push it. Let's try it, since we're in that almost bad painting Friday mode. But this is going to be awesome, because right now, since it's already there, there is no way back. We can go only forward, or I can go only forward. So these adjustments are going to be maybe even. And I'm just going to have fun right now with it. So I'm pushing his forehead a little bit higher. So instead of, you know, changing the size of a head, I am working with shapes a little bit more to get it where I want it to be, rather than just and right now maybe I can push this way. I can put hair right here a little bit more to make it lighter, and then maybe show some right there. Maybe I could push ear a little bit more saturated and lighter, so we have a little bit more of that. Ooh, this is too dark. Wow. Let's push that vermilion into test. Okay, that's too pinkish. So let's go more towards that warmth, that it's leaning more towards the orange rather than. So what I'm trying to do right now, I'm keeping kind of I'm keeping it very close to same value, but instead of adding white into the orange, into the red, I'm adding so I show the ears, and right now, immediately the head is way bigger. Way bigger. Yep. It's starting to get where I want it to be. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought that you had to go somewhere else, or you had some other things to do, but you were just resting, taking a nap. That's awesome. I hope that you're refreshed, because I made some crazy adjustments, but they were necessary, and hopefully to have his hair a little bit uneven. So this is going to kind of behind his ear, so I can show his ear a little bit more. Or do I want to, or I don't want to? Maybe I want to even more of that saturation right here on the top. And this one's going to be hidden. So I created that kind of a diagonal a little bit there, a little more there. And then I could perhaps push, since, you know, that saturation and I'm working with a thick paint, and maybe I can add, this might be a little too bright. Oh yeah, there we go. So I know that the blue sky was a baby blue sky was a word choice, but it was necessary. It was absolutely necessary. The face looks way more saturated immediately because we use that contrast. We really push that, and I'm saying we, well, we as a painters should think about this and be aware of that because this is what that evolution of painting is. We have a Rembrandt which is keeping limited palette but impressionistic ideas with the soft edges and atmospheric perspective and that kind of a deep darks against the really beautiful light. I mean, if there's he's really painting light. He has nothing to do with line or any. And the beauty in Rembrandt is that he can do beautiful line drawings and etchings, and then he switch completely into a painting light. But the fact that he is his confidence with holding a brush and moving things around with the brush, not thinking about, oh, if this is pole, right, I have to have left side and right side, so I'm going to draw both sides. He doesn't think about that at all. When I'm looking at his paintings, that's how I feel. He looks at, okay, so if there is an object right here, somewhere around this area, if he's inventing this in his head, because I believe most of his, I mean, I don't think that he could compose the Night Watch, right, like this, right? So he thinks like, okay, I need to push the light right here because compositionally it's going to work. There is no business when you look at, isn't the Saskia in the back? I don't remember right now the story, but she is like in the, it looks like a Saskia, I believe that was the name of his wife, that the portrait of that, of the female, which is, I mean, how can she be lit? There is no way that, you know, the lighting conditions would do something like this, right? So that's what Rembrandt started with this, and then there is a for me in my head, or maybe I would go maybe, well, I don't want to go into a lecture because I'm not a historian, and I mentioned that this is one of another disclaimers. I'm looking at the art history or history of paintings from, you know, I'm not trying to catalog these things. I'm not trying to put them into, oh, when 1604 of you know, this era started and 1695 ended, because that's not how it works. We like to think that way because it's easier for us to memorize, and then when we are, you know, in the classroom and we have a test, you want to memorize it's from here to here, but it doesn't work that way. And somehow we force ourselves to think in these art historian terms, because that's how we perceive, that's what education is these days, very robotic. And art is completely different. They don't. Rembrandt didn't care at his late life. You can see it in his painting about the style that it's popular and that the style that actually makes money. He was concerned about developing painting. And then you can look at Velázquez, and he took what Rembrandt is doing, or they were kind of contemporaries, and he introduced a little bit more of the pigments and color. And then Velázquez, and then after Velázquez, when you think again back towards Vermeer, which is after the Rembrandt, another generation after the Rembrandt, he was wealthy and rich enough to purchase even more of these really high saturated pigments. And you can see his play with color, with, I mean, the famous, what's the name of the portrait with the girl with that red hat, like a big, it's beautiful, beautiful, rich vermilion red. It had to be just buying a pigment for that hat was pretty expensive, at the time. Yeah, you're right. You're thinking in the same term. In the same. You are on the same frequency than I am with Rembrandt and with that painting, because there's so many. I mean, I can't even imagine if Leonardo da Vinci would see this. I don't know how would he feel about this, because there's so many different things that is happening there. So many rules that are broken. I mean, and not only that, I don't want to say that Rembrandt was breaking the rules. It's more about the kind of a mathematical thinking of Leonardo da Vinci, that these objects, they have a perfect position according to some a canon that he believed that it's superior, right? And it changed even through the Renaissance. When you think about Michelangelo, on the other hand, and his mannerism. So I pushed that really, really, really saturated. That really saturated a sky there, which kind of, like I mentioned, unlocked that staleness that I was in. I was a little pushing this, and you remember how this and these little touches, how saturated they were. But right now, when I put the really bright blue, kind of baby blue background there, they kind of disappeared. So I can push it even more, even harder. Not harder, even stronger. And then to kind of put it together, I will work on that background a little bit more and just adjust it. So there might be a moment or place where I need that background to be connected to a figure. This particular, right, or these guys right here, where it's connecting to it, and then I have this focal point where the edges are going to be sharper because he's going forward, more towards us. So I'm thinking about this as a portrait, like all this shape of a figures, the positive space, it's a portrait. And the negative space, whether it's sky or ground or earth, or hills in the background, or whatever structures, it doesn't really matter, cityscape or seascape, I don't really care. I think about it as one background, and I'm looking at Rembrandt and how he treated his backgrounds, and also Velázquez as well, and then also Titian and Vermeer, and I'm trying to find the next step in that progression of painting. And I might be wrong with this one, but I have to, like I mentioned, I tried it. I'm going to test it right now. I'm going to see whether or not it's working. And the next painting, I can choose a different approach and ask myself, does this represent what I'm trying to communicate with viewer better or not? Yes, this is actually one of the things that I am really interested about. How would they interplay between each other? What would they say to each other? What would, you know, because there is that famous joke about old masters always knew, they always could paint better than we paint today. What old masters said that, I don't know, even older Asian masters knew it better than they did. And Asian masters, what did they say? That cave painters were the best ones, right? So should they be praised for starting this whole idea about painting? And you know, probably, yeah, probably the 60,000 years old cave paintings in France, and was it Lascaux? I don't want to mispronounce that. They are extremely beautiful from multiple angles, in terms of when I'm from multiple point of views, not only in the pure representational, that simplistic way, that they were not concerned about, oh, is this in the perspective? Is this like a right ratio and proportions? No, they just wanted to describe and leave something more. That's how I think about it. They wanted to leave something for the future generation, some knowledge, preserve that knowledge, and they were not afraid to make these mistakes. Perhaps they didn't even have a concept of I'm making mistakes. 60,000 years ago, probably there was you are alive, that you succeeded with your life, and you have been eaten by something else. Well, then you failed, which we can't even imagine these days, that you're being eaten by wild animal, and that's the end of your life. And there is one incredible moment in the history for me, especially, and that you know that joke, yeah. That's yeah, it's pretty funny, right? The old master, the cave painters were the real OGs in painting. But what I was trying to say is that there is a very famous imperial Russian painter, Ilya Repin, and he was a friend of one of the most incredible music composers of all time, Mussorgsky. And they were all friends with Tolstoy. So I'm thinking about the conversation between these three giants, one of the best painters, one of the best writers, and one of the best composers. It's just, and I think that there is a very famous portrait of Repin. Repin painted the portrait of Mussorgsky. He was actually in the asylum at the time, and he died shortly after that portrait, and you can see the expression in his face. I don't know, you can't see it on the camera, but I always have a goosebumps when I think about what was the conversation between them, and it must have been just so. And maybe it was just a plain about, oh, how much did you drink last night? Maybe I'm just romanticizing this, but I'd like to entertain myself with thinking that how many cool and innovative ideas they were challenging each other with. And that comes back to that idea that this is a painting discourse. It's a painting discourse between us as people they want to, create, and with myself, and with masters as well. That's I'm putting it into that category of talking to myself, because that's what probably would tell you in the asylum that you are as crazy as they get if you are talking to Rembrandt. I don't mind that. I'm just, I like to entertain myself with these ideas. And again, I like to entertain myself. And it doesn't mean that, it's just a literal meaning. It's just having fun. Yeah, let's make this guy a little bit less like he came out from the cave, and let's make him a little bit more human. So I can push a little bit even more. See, I was pushing this in a lighter value, but because of the not enough saturation around, so right now I can really start saturating it. I can really push it. And I'm going to be working again. And then I push the face, and immediately I can tell that how everything is one value here, and not only one value, that the brushstrokes are so close to each other that they're kind of creating the muddy feel to it, and that's what I don't want. And maybe I should probably hit this all part right here a little lighter. So let me do that immediately right now. Not necessarily lighter, I'm just going to saturate it even more. Because I really want to, and I'm going to follow the idea of that pole, that it's right here, right? So I'm going to push with that direction. And again, I'm not necessarily just repainting this. I am scumbling on the top in some areas, so I don't break that. Oh yeah, it's just immediate. And imagine that all this I'm capable of seeing this only because I pushed that background. Yeah, sci-fi does works similarly. You're absolutely right. And also, not only sci-fi, the fantasy, I would add to that. So let's push this saturation right here. So I created that, because when you think about this, these arms right here, the knuckles are the edge of the cube, and this is the one side of the cube, this is the second side of the cube, and this is not a second side, it's a front side, side, and then I have it's a front plane, side plane, and bottom plane. My brain just stopped working. I was so excited that my brain decided, wait, you have to think before you talk. maybe push this. Let's show here and here that it's going up there, but just it's in the background. And then the hair, it's kind of creating that. And all this is because I don't want to just paint what I see. Can this go through his eye right here, like so? So I'll push the hair into his face. Can I do that? I don't know. This is crazy. And then right now a little bit of the blue from the sky. So it kind of creates that little bit more interesting part right here. And I know I might be going a little too light there, but that's okay, that's fine. Because I'm gonna hit the areas. I have a little texture that I left here for myself from previous, the passage that I was doing. And right now I'm going to take I'm going to grab light. My brush with a white light. That might be a little too much. And I'm just scrambling there a little bit. So it's catching a little bit of that kind of a little bit of that light. So it's create even more of that interesting kind of a play between these layers that are sitting on top of each other. And same goes here. There is a little, like a texture, like really imagine that there is a really, really, really how would you call it? Really thick canvas, or really rough canvas rather. And you are just placing pigment on the top of that. So I'm not repainting this, I'm just adding a light to this really, really desaturated pigment there. And you can definitely start picking up that, you know, that contrast in saturation, contrast in maybe let's work with his hair a little bit to shape it. I want to show a little bit of that forehead and how it goes into background. Oops. And right now I'm going back to that hand that was originally I started the idea with, you know, painting the hand and forearm rather. So let's continue and paint the forearm. And then also this. But right now it kind of goes into the territory of that yellow, so I need to bring a little bit more like a rose, or a little bit more red. So I'm going to go a kind of a warm orangey rather than warm yellowish, because this is yellow. Softening that edge. Yep. Way better. And you remember I was struggling with this hand. For a while, and you know, it's finally starting to work together. And maybe there will be still a shadow casting on this finger, and I can push maybe this finger a little lighter. Or these 3 fingers. So I would create that, a little bit of that variety within, you know, softer, kind of create that knuckle feeling, because it's like a, the knuckles have a different shape, even though you think of them as the same shape. Every knuckle has a slightly different shape to it. So let's do that variety as well. I will adjust that. Right now I'm painting only with the light. That means that I'm not concerned about anything else, just about the fact that this should be lit properly. It's not a random question, and actually, for those of you who just watch and don't, or for those who just listen, not necessarily watching, question is whether or not I done some master studies and sketches, and the answer is yes. I was working on, or I've done multiple copies, multiple studies. I was not really that interested into making these when I was younger, because I didn't feel the need to do that. And these days I would like to do more and more of these. I did the master study directly from the Rembrandt painting, one-on-one, when I was at the academy. And that was probably the most eye-opening experience in my life. So ideally, you might want to just find a museum that allows you to work from life and really take advantage of it. And it was amazing because I had to go there early morning. So we started, I think it was like at 8 or 7, if I'm not mistaken. And then we worked till 10. And at 11, I was back to academy for the regular like a studio painting from life. And you know, morning was like a warm-up for me. I explored Rembrandt. I was looking at the same edge over and over again in relationship with the whole painting. And then I took that knowledge and immediately translated it into my paintings. And I have to say that the semester when I was painting a Rembrandt from life and then painting in the studio was the most, that semester was the most successful. Almost every painting was taken to by school as into their deposit for them to then maybe in the future display it in the museum. Unfortunately, I didn't get any money for it, but it would be nice to receive money for it. But it's considered an honor to be selected for or it used to be considered as an honor. I don't know what about right now, because it has its own problems, which I don't want to get into. But yeah, so we have a completely different feel of this painting right now. money I have. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna go back to the previous comment that you had, that you can't so many choices that you don't know with, to choose from, and then you're ending up doing nothing. That's, yeah. I feel you. I feel you. But then there is a good good rule. I'm going to say rule. There is a good suggestion for all of, or not all of you that have the same problem, but for anyone who is actually thinking about doing a master copy. I analyzed because I remember, well, this is a, like, let's dive a little bit more into my decision-making process. I was really angry that we could not do the master copy from the big museum, because there was a COVID. So students pushed really, really hard at the administration. That is the part of the education. That is the very important thing for students to experience that. And then they allowed us to do it under like a specific, like the rules and guidelines. And I don't know, like the all other stuff that we had to do and submit in order for us to go there and paint there. That's not the point. But the moment when I entered, I thought, okay, I want to do that very big painting and a copy of that enormous painting that was there by Rembrandt. That's the Return of a Prodigal Son. I think that's what I was looking for previously. I was talking about, which is beautiful, beautiful painting. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to paint, I'm going to bring, I don't know, all the art supplies. And then I stopped myself and looked around, and students were doing the same thing. And for a second, I thought, oh, maybe we are all excited and we're not really thinking about what's the most beneficial to do. And I look at my work, I look at my previous paintings, I analyze my mistakes, and I realize that I need to work with light more. That I am kind of confident, not confident, that I am, that's what's missing in my paintings, because they are robotic, they are rendered okay, you can tell that that's face, but they were without a life. And there was one particular small painting by Rembrandt, which created just everything was in the shadow, and just a little piece of light was in that perfect, like a perfect compositional balance. And I remember, and I have a goosebumps. I was like, okay, this is the painting that I need. No one is going to choose this painting because it's not interested in any way. It's just a plain portrait, but it was really, really important for me. And I focused on the different things with that painting. I repainted it not necessarily to paint it. It was in this stage, and I might do it with this painting as well, just to show you what I mean. It was with this stage, and then I felt that everything is disconnected somehow. So I waited for a while. It was touch dry, and then I grabbed, I think it was burnt umber, and I covered the whole painting with the burnt umber, and I wiped out the light from it. And the burnt umber kind of made everything coherent in one, like a unifying, kind of almost like a monochromatic painting. But some areas, the saturated paint kind of showed through, and in some areas it kind of unified it. It was really like a crazy experiment, and my master was really angry with me about that. And then I told him, don't worry about that. Just, you gave me a bad grade, I don't really care. This is absolutely necessary to be done, because I need to see it. I need to see what's going to happen. And they gave me a bad grade, but that's besides the point. But it was very important for me. And then I feel like the hand is too small right now, isn't it? No, it isn't. Cool. So that's what I would do if I have to choose something. I would analyze my paintings. Right now I'm working on this. So probably what I'm missing right now, it's again that feeling of light. So I would go, not necessarily feeling of light, but the connecting figures together as a one whole. I'm kind of okay with that. But then finding and fine-tuning that the limits when it becomes disconnected and still part of the composition, those really subtle shifts in value. So I probably would go in and copy Velázquez, or perhaps if there would be option to copy Vermeer, because he does these slight transitions there that comes from top of my head. Perhaps maybe Veronese is really good with this. What else? Perhaps one of the new guys would be, I would be probably looking into John Singer Sargent. To see how he connects and where he disconnects the edge, or where the edge goes into a lost edge, and where is the hard edge, and the variation, and that kind of a idea behind a master copy or master study. A little bit more, like a little bit more specific, purpose-driven. Okay, awesome, cool. I'm glad that, because for a second I thought that I'm talking some nonsense, which wouldn't be that unusual for me. So I can really push the light even more right here. I can feel how desaturated that face is. And then, before I put that blue background there, I felt it's way too warm. It's just that, you can't really judge this. You can't even imagine how it is going to work if you are in that stage that I am, like a beginner painter. When it comes to, the old masters and great masters like Rembrandt. Rembrandt would probably not even allow me to study in his studio because I wouldn't be up to his standards. Which these days it's a little too problematic because, especially with education, in my opinion, and this is, it might varies and differs from country to country or from university to university, but the problem that I encounter was that if you don't have money, you can't get the proper education, which is which I thought that wouldn't exist in 2024. That we are past to that. But obviously we are not. And that's another reason why I like to stream this process and, you know, have this painting this course. There is no excuse in era of, you know, everybody being connected. That you can get the proper education for free. You might not get the title, right? You might not get a diploma, but you can still get the best possible education without spending $1 on you know, these expensive scripts, because I remember that most of my money went to books that, not me, I know this because of my other fellow classmates that, you know, it's getting darker here. I think I should continue with this because it's really getting dark. And I want to judge the colors and pigments and hues accurately. So I should probably stop for today. If you're talking nonsense and I understand you, I guess I'm crazy. Well, what should I say? Welcome to Asylum Atelier. That is the only thing that comes to mind. I'm sorry to, you know. You thought that you were safe there, but no, you're just exactly in that. So tomorrow, perhaps I can push this and just bring like a really vermilion like into the nose and really saturate his face, so it looks like he's burned again. Because right now I lost that kind of a feel, not burned by a sunburn, that's what I meant. And then this beautifully, nicely, again, this kind of disappeared into background because it's not overpowering so much. I have these little, I don't want to call them highlights, but these color notes right there. They're just hanging in the air in the background, and it's starting to, you know, change that. It's a, how would I put this? It's these finally, including him, starting to feel as a supporting characters. There are no redundancies there at this point, which is very good. There's still, you know, problems with this leg right here, with his legs. And if you look at these legs, they're almost like the same value and same tone and everything the same, which I don't like. So I'm going to be working on that. But then on the other hand, I brought a little bit of light notes right here, and I'm going to push this maybe a little lighter blue. Now when I'm thinking about it, so we get a little bit of that sky reflecting into these shadows right here. Yep. And it's like it's more about that saturation rather than how accurately would look in the real life. And then I will have to push this edge right here, so it kind of goes a little bit more forward, because right now it dissolves too much into a background, so it needs. And again, this doesn't need to change the value or anything else. This needs more light, not shining. Again, I painted a shape, then I painted the volume, then I painted it, and it looked like a head, like a cap. And right now I want to put a light. I want to make sure that it belongs to that world. And same goes for the book and other areas that are there. So I'm going to be like scumbling on top, and the same goes for head. And if you have really smooth, continuous surface, and you paint only with thin washes, you won't be able to create the effect, or you would, but you would have to work with really stiff, old brush that would almost look like a I don't have any. Maybe this one. Maybe this one. I don't know if it's going to be. If you're going to be. So like this one. This is really stiff brush, old, kind of destroyed. So I would load this brush with the paint, and I would use that kind of a paint that is. You squeeze it on the piece of paper towel, so you get rid of all that oil that is there, and then I would apply it on the surface, on the smooth surface. That might work the same way that when I'm applying a pigment on the rough surface, and I'm creating that rough surface. You remember I mentioned this multiple times, that is a part of that idea that there are areas where I don't want to have a texture, so I'm scraping it away before I'm sure 100% that this is where the texture is going to be. That's what I have to do. I'm pretty sure that Rembrandt already knew where the textures are going to be. He had prefigured it out in his head, like Mikhail Tal, magician from Riga in chess, just saw so many great moves before they even registered. A little bit more of that direction. I want to create that, and I can always play with that hair, but right now it's kind of a fuzzy and unwashed, and that's exactly what I'm going for. It just needs to be developed better because it's kind of a flat, so then I'm going to create a little bit more of the volume. That would be a little bit more what I need right now in terms of his hair, and maybe this could go a little more away. Yep. I was just sticking too much out, and then again I will go towards the into his eyes and the mouth and the nose, and not necessarily repaint them, but bring a little bit more of that. A little bit more of that three-dimensional feel to it. Yeah. Oh my God, it's already 4:20. Okay. So yeah, I'm going to stop right here, only because I'm still feeling good with painting, and I still have enough energy. So if you have enough energy to continue with your projects, please definitely do so. Unfortunately, the light is getting darker and darker here, so I can't really judge the color properly, hue, I mean. I can still work with the values, but I want right now to create that color harmonies, and I want to really develop that saturation that helps move your eye through the composition, and I want to compose with the color on top of the value. And I need really a nice lit room, and it's really getting dark here. I don't know, maybe you can see it on the camera, but definitely when I'm watching that, when I'm editing videos, it goes from light to dark, and my eye cannot perceive it because it's really slow. But then at one point I can't really see what's on my palette, so probably I should put it here instead. Maybe I can do that. I'm just used to having it on that side, next to my right hand. It's easier to reach there than go across like this. Anyway, that's just those are. You can have a palette wherever you want. It's not, I'm not saying this because you should have it there. There's no pre-assigned way to work with your palette. So if you have a power and if you feel that you can continue, please continue with your work. I have to stop. It shouldn't stop you. And thank you for your support. Thank you for actually joining that conversation, that painting discourse. It's helping me tremendously to get better with what I do with my painting, with my pigments. It's forcing me to think how to describe certain things, and by describing it to you, it helps me internally to kind of what's the proper word? It helps me to really understand where the problem is or what the information is that I'm trying to communicate. So I hope to see you next time as well, and keep going, keep pushing with the great work. Thank you. Take care. Bye.